Hello, everybody. Nice. I can't see myself, but I hope you can see me, and I hope you can hear me clearly. Yes, today you have fun with me and a bunch of nice artists. Welcome to the Funkwerke 19th edition. Today with me, because Jade feels a little bit sick. We wish her gute Besserung, and we hope that she's getting well pretty soon. But we have a really nice lineup today. I hope this works. Let me just have a quick look. Yes. Oh, of course, it's the wrong. Nice. Always technical issues. Never mind. I will just tell them for now. Our first artist is Virgil. He just told me how to say his name. After Virgil, well, Metameister, right? I hope I pronounced that right. Metameister will play his awesome set. And the last one will be Talbot J. Super, super excited about this. So we have one artist from Berlin, one artist from New York, yes, and one artist from Barcelona. So, because we are running a little bit late, always, let's just switch to the gear setup and let's have a quick talk about Virgil's setup. See you soon. Hello, we are back. On this teeny tiny screen, you can see us.
Hello.
So, this is Virgil. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I'm super stoked to listen to your music. You do electronica, right? So finally, we are finally having some non-techno stuff.
Yeah.
I'm super excited about this. Just give us a little rundown of your setup. So
The main brain is like the octatrack. It's a sampler, and from this I have like the bass line is like TB303, but a little bit different from Erika Sins. I really like this machine. It's very good. And then this one, and I have the SDD 3000. It's like delay and reverb pedals, and it's connected to the synth SH32.
nice. This one,
Small setup.
yeah, small setup, but powerful, I guess. So samples, sequencer,
Yeah.
and mixer together.
Not really. This one is I played directly on these ones, and I played directly on these ones. So
Ah,
I don't choose the MIDI part just for the sample.
all right. Okay,
Yeah.
and you send everything in our mixer here.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Looks really nice. This looks like kind of retro-ish, and this also.
Yeah,
Do you know what years are they?
yeah, yeah. This one is like late 90s, and this is like radiation of the 80 ones from the core. Did like the 83. There was like the same versions, and they make a new ones like this, and it's a reedition. And it's a very good one.
All
Very,
right.
very good one.
Maybe
Yeah.
we can switch to the top-down
Yeah.
camera. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a little setup.
Yeah.
It's not that little, to be honest. Oh, we have a fly here. Suck.
Catch the fly.
Catch the fly on the fly.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't catch it. Whatever. Great. How long do you make music?
I make music for since a long time. I think like 10 years, but I take it seriously since 1 or 2 years.
All right,
Yeah, yeah.
all right.
But I'm very passionate with music and electronic or techno or whatever music.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say we keep this for later. We later have a little interview about yourself.
Okay.
Let's just start right away. And I would say the stage is yours. I will disappear into the void. And yeah, the stage is yours. I try once more to catch it.
You got it.
I got it.
Yeah, you got it.
Don't open the arm at the hand. Applause, applause. That was sick. That was trippy, sick, and really nice. I mean, sometimes you don't need tons of gear like I have here in my studio. Sometimes you just need sometimes you just need to know your gear, and it needs to be good gear.
Good gear and to know your gear is very important. To know what you can do with your gear. It's really important.
So I hope you could hear him. Can you just yeah, okay, right, right. No, sorry, it was muted. Oh my god! Just repeat it again.
Okay. I just say like it's very important to know your gear, to know your tools. Like for me, it's like extension of me. This.
Totally, totally. All right. We just have a little break, and then we continue our interview. And after the interview, you can like break down and everything, and we just go sit there, read the comments, and have a little chat. But before that, I'm just gonna press a button on this magical device. Boop. See you in a minute.
See you.
Right. Back into the lounge with Virgil. V- I hope the volume is good. Can you just say something real quick? Why is it still not coming through? Now,
Can
now
you
we're
hear? Okay, I can hear myself now.
That's good.
Yeah, yeah,
That's what you should do always. Always
Yes.
hear yourself.
yeah.
Yes, Ronnie, feel free to drop some questions in the chat. And I'm so unprepared. I don't have my cards here.
Freestyle.
Tristan, can you give me the cards? Thank you so much. Thanks. I need some. We say Spickzettel in German.
Okay.
Like when you don't have, when you don't know the results in a test or something, in a school test, then you have
okay.
a
Like a sheet,
Spickzettel.
like a sheet.
Yeah, a cheat sheet. Yes. All right.
Okay.
So, your musical journey starts with African music, Latin grooves, French pop, and jazz. That's a really neat combination. Why exactly these genres? What triggers you to listen those?
The story about that is like I didn't choose. It was from my parents. This is why it's mixed because my parents come with the African background, the jazz side, but I grew up in France, so you also like the French music, and on top you can have like Cuba music or many different kind of music. So I grew up with since I'm baby with a lot of different kind of music. Yeah.
All right. So you're native French.
Native French, but my parents are from Cameroon.
All right. Nice. So your artist name is also pronounced like in a French with a French tongue.
I try my best, but Virgile is an easy way for me to say. It's very French, but
Yeah, it sounds really French and also really nice.
Yeah.
Some French words are really nice. It sounds gorgeous. All right. You fell in love with electronic music during your teenage years. Like, what time? How old have you been?
I will say I think it's around my 15 or something like that. I was listening like everybody like hip hop music or maybe a little bit some house from the TV because you have some house track like Crystal Waiter. I don't know if you know the name. Was on TV, but I discovered this with radio stations, and then I don't know, I just fell in love, and I love the idea. I discovered drum and bass music also.
Yeah.
Drum and bass was a big part of my life, very huge in my music. And when I play, the science fiction side is coming from drum and bass. Yeah.
Like drum and bass or like intelligent jungle or like what kind of?
We can say intelligent jungles like LTG Bookem stuff like this. Yeah. But
yeah, LTJ Bookem.
Yeah.
That's the real shit.
Yeah.
Nice. So like from Latin music to electronic music, when did you started making music?
I started making music, I would say like around 10 years ago, but I was really making for myself. I produced some track, but not that much. And I was making music almost like every day. And then since then, I never stopped making music. It's just like since, I would say like 1 year, 2 years, I start to make it more seriously to try to find some gigs and stuff like that. But I'm very passionate. I never really stop. I also play DJ for long times when I was in France as well. But electronic music is something very important. I can't imagine myself to make only DJ. I really need to perform and to express myself through electronic music.
All right. Yeah, you played a DJ set at Refuge Worldwide.
Yeah.
How did you get there? How was it?
I get there because I have a friend and she invited me because she have a collective. She's super nice, super cool girl. She have a collective and she invited me to play in the same times. And we have more in the house music, I would say. The vibe. When I play DJ, it's more house music, definitely. And it was a good opportunity for me to connect with people and to express myself.
Nice. Is it a DJ? Was it a vinyl set or?
No, it was not the vinyl set. It was like pioneer DJ.
CDJs and stuff.
CDJs, yeah.
All right, all right,
Yeah.
right. What do you think is like, what do you like more, teaching or making music? It's an obvious question, but
I don't have the same. It's not the same. I love DJing through the connection and with the house music and make people dance and forget about what's going on in the week or in the life just for moments. I love to help people for that. And electronic music is really more mental for me. It's really more a therapy.
Yeah.
It's more something like that. I need to do that, and I really enjoy to play this kind of music. And what I'm doing is more like I would say like experimental, techno, Detroit, something like that. So, and I would like to play to different places, not only like in a club or something like that. But I think it's interesting if you can play like for vernissage, for exhibition, for with an artist dancing, or
Yeah.
different way to express yourself.
Nice, nice. I lost the train of thoughts, but let's just stick to some more questions. We have some questions prepared. If the chat doesn't want to drop any questions, just feel free to drop some questions. But yeah, like playing with gear is always a little bit kind of a hassle, because some people just need to bring a lot of stuff. How do you travel with your gear? How do you pack your gear? Do you have any tips?
The thing is like the tip is it's very important to choose the right tools with you, and also very important to master your machine. You don't need to have a ton of machines. It's very important to master your machines and to try to get the maximum you can get from the one machines. And when I travel, because sometimes I travel to Africa or some other place, and I can't take all my studio with me, so I need some small setup. And with this, it's really interesting because you have to use your creativity to produce something more.
Totally.
So the limitation is also means creativity.
Totally. I mean, back then when you mentioned the MPC or like the MPC 2000, without any effects and stuff, so limitation sparks creativity. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's true.
But how do you travel? Do you just put everything in your backpack?
Mostly in my backpack. If I don't want to have like 2 bags or something like that, and it's enough. And I made some sacrifice, but it's nice. It's also like a lesson for myself. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're using the Octatrack.
I use the Octatrack, but sometimes it could be an algorithm. But right now it's a lot of the Octatrack. I love it. I love the way you can manipulate the samples and what you can do with incredible machines. For me, it's my MPC. I don't see myself changing
over
the year.
It's like bread and butter. I also have the Octatrack. It's so versatile, but there are stuff like smaller setups, like the Digitakt or
the Digitakt 2 is good. The only thing I like in the Digitakt 2 is like you can record all the channels. That's something I miss from the Octatrack. Like when you want to record, you record in stereo. But with the Digitakt and Overbridge, you can record all the channels, and this is a game changing for me, because when I make music, I make mostly music with like a live. I don't compose on Ableton. I like to just play records and play and make a track like this. So it would be nice if I have machines where I can have all the track but separate. Yeah.
Totally. I mean, that's such a bummer with the Octatrack. I mean, there's the Octatrack MK2, but still no Overbridge. I mean, you can like use two stereo channels or 4 mono channels if that would work.
Yeah.
So it's like a
workaround. Or you buy 4 Octatrack.
Yes, why not? Why not? Let's stick to some more questions. What was the most exciting gig or like the most exciting event for you?
Most exciting. I think it will be like a few years ago. I played live for a festival in Lyon, in my hometown, and I think it was the first time I played in a festival. And it was a huge festival, so it was a lot of stress. and exciting at the same times, but a good time at the end. It works. Yeah.
Where was it again?
It was a Nuit Sonore.
In France.
Yeah, in France, in
Oh,
Lyon.
nice. Lyon. Okay.
Yeah.
Lyon.
Lyon.
What kind of a festival was it? Like how big or something?
It's a very big. It's like I think it's the biggest one of the biggest festival in France. So it's like for 3 or 4 days on the street you have like a club, bar, everything. All the city is in fire for a few days, and you have a lot of international DJ playing as well. So and it's also my hometown. So playing your hometown for the first time live in the street was something like you want to make good, you know.
Yeah. So you're nervous but also excited.
Yeah, but I think it's like this when you go to play. Even DJ is more easy in a way. You are less stressed, but you always have a bit nervous before. But it's the good things, I think. If you can manage it, it's a good, you know.
As a DJ, you're stressed when you forgot your USB stick.
Of course.
Shit, I don't have a backup.
Of course.
Do you have any hobbies beside of making music?
Hobbies, I will say. What I would say, what I really like, photography. I do photography, and also graphic design. But it's my job. But I'm really passionate about graphic design. I mean, everything I do, I need to be passionate about that. I can't just make something just because I have to do. It's impossible for me. So, yeah.
What kind of photography? Is it analog, digital?
Analog photography with a middle format, if I can, because now it's very expensive, to be honest. And analog photography, I don't do digital. I never did digital, actually. Only with my phone, but yeah, but everybody has his own school. Me, I learned photography and picture with analog and with all photograph. And stick to this, a lot of white and black picture also. And
do you develop by yourself?
No, but I want to learn. I would like to learn. It will be something magical, to take the picture and to see. Yeah, I would love to.
I mean, I watched a few YouTube videos about like developing black and white pictures. Doesn't seem so difficult. You just need some
the right product, yeah,
and some chemicals, and then let's go. Let's cooking some pictures. But okay, like graphic design and photography, that's nice. That's really nice. So we have the last question. It's like a funny question because I think I can already answer it for you. But if you're stranded on an abandoned island, what kind of gear synth would you take if you can only use one?
Wow. Oh, this is very difficult.
Yeah.
Oh la la.
I mean, I think the answer.
I think I will take Octatrack. Huh?
I thought so.
Yeah, because it's so versatile. You can do so many stuff. So, but I will miss all the other for sure.
I mean, you could resample everything, and then you just need the Octatrack. So, all right. Let me just. So, before it didn't work, but now it works. Let's show the lineup once more. Yes. So the first artists were Virgil. And now it's, I hope I say it again right, Metamyther. Myther. It's I need to, in the end of the stream, I got it. I'm pretty sure. All right. So, and the last one will be Talbot J. I hope I say this right. All right, so, but yeah, if you like what we're doing, you can. If you like what we do, you can always donate or you can always support us with like a small donation. That would be soupy doopy amazing. So you just follow the link that is down there in the lower third. It's like hardwire.io/donate. But also, it's really nice with this button here. If you want to play on our stream, you can just submit your setup. Just go on the website hardwire.io/submit. And yeah, write us or submit, and we will get back to you. But before we have something super special, and it's like our super booth edition. Let me just like, I should have prepared this already. Okay, so our Super Booth edition will happen on the 10th of May, and we have a nice lineup. We will Caro Aroba will perform again from Chicago. I hope that's right. Circo will play. I hope I pronounced this name right. And Robot Man Machine, aka Rob Illis. And a special guest I will not say now.
It's a special guest.
It's a special guest, yes. So stick to it. We have some more. Where is it? So, if you want to be part of our community, you can always join our Discord. Just scan the QR code. Or our moderation guy Ronnie can just post the link in the chat. Also, maybe the links of Virgil. And yeah, if you want some dope merch, like we have some blind panels. You can't really see it, but we have some nice blind panels, stickers, and T-shirts and stuff. More will come. Just hit us up on Instagram or wherever. Just write it in the chat. Ich will ein T-shirt. I want a T-shirt, and then we just write you and send you some nice merch. Currently, we're working on our merch shop, but this will take some time. But now, talkie, we gonna rate to the first golden shrimp artist of the evening. Do I have this also here? Let me just check quick. Yes. Oh wait, this. Of course, it's not the right one. Dang it! I need to update this, but. You will know who's gonna play in just a teeny tiny bit. And until this, you can watch a really nice loop animation. See you soon.
Bye bye.
It seems very clear to me that there is a dangerous maniac at large in this city. It seems very clear to me that there is a dangerous maniac at large in this city. There have been 3 as yet unexplained murders. The victim in each case was a woman.
that was fun. I apologize for the camera freaking out in the middle there. Yeah, so in spirit of rigs, I'm gonna talk through a little bit of what you're seeing here. Let me get this set up. There we go. I'm going to move this side camera around a little bit just to show you what's going on here. I'm going to start from my mixer. I am a live sound engineer when I am not streaming or paying the bills, and so I have a lot of the sound invested in having a good mixing setup. I have a Midas wing. It's not a Behringer wing. Never happened. That everything is running through, and I have a couple of effects buses set up on this, but basically all of the synth sounds are coming in, the inputs in the back, and then are being routed out to a matrix that I can send out to the internet, as well as to my speakers and headphones inside of the studio. And I have a modular setup here as well. Cameras are really not having a good day today. Yeah, so I have a modular setup as well. The modular has 4 channels going through it, basically, both from the Erica Black Sequencer. Shout out to any Latvians that might be watching. I love Erica stuff and have many of their devices. The sequencer has 4 channels in, and the Erica stereo mixer has 4 channels out, so that's a nice matchup. The main arpeggiated line that you were just hearing, the acid line, comes from Erica Bassline. I also have an awesome Atlantics that I love. The rig is in a weird state of patching right now, so those are the only 2 voices that are really linked up, so that's all you're really hearing from there. I also have a bunch of Electron stuff on the other side. Maybe I can shift over to the other cam and show you that. That is, yeah, it's running off of Syntact over there and a Digitact. The Digitact is the source of all the MIDI in the system, and it is sending clock out to the rest of the devices through this MIDI T8, as well as into the modular. And the Erica device, the Erica sequencer is doing MIDI to CV translation for the modular side. Syntact, a lot of the drums you're hearing is from Syntact. Love this box. It's just massive. Those kicks are so good. Yes. Exactly what you want from a from a drum synth. This that you're hearing right now, and all the pads were pretty much coming from this peak that is sending to hologram microcosm for the repeat stutter effects. How good is that? Sounds huge. Love this little guy. Over on the other side, I have a Prophet Rev 2 that I was using at the beginning for some bass sounds, and yeah, it's just a synthesizer. I mean, it's a Prophet. What do you want? Love that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's not a super complicated setup, I don't think, compared to some, but maybe more than others. And I just it's accumulated over time, and I try to keep the modular side constrained space-wise so it doesn't take over my entire paycheck and room in my life. I have been only partially successful at that. Yeah. Any questions, chat? I'm happy to answer, go into more detail. If not, I will just play some more. I think I only have a few minutes left, and then we're going to go back over to Berlin. Yeah. What else? I think that's it. It's all going into OBS, I guess, and my finicky cameras are a SLR that's up there, and my iPhone that's here. So, pretty simple. The visuals that you're seeing on stream are coming from this awesome program called Synesthesia, and I realized I forgot to get things going correctly. Yeah, it's a really great program, awesome visualizations. It looks great, and it reacts to the audio in really interesting, fun ways. I have a Stream Deck here that I can use to control the visualizations as well as the camera angles whenever I remember to do that. And yeah, that's pretty dope. So there's the Stream Deck controlling some of the parameters on the visualizer. I'll play for a little bit more, and I think I guess for the hardware Berlin folks, just let me know when y'all are ready, and you can take back. I'll raid back over to you, I guess. Yep. So y'all, thanks for hanging out. I stream pretty much every other Monday with the GSG Modular Mondays, and it's a great crew, and really enjoy playing with that. My normal time is quite late if you were in Germany, but I play at 9 p.m. Pacific every other Monday. So yeah. Here we go. I'll get back into it. All right, y'all, we're going to go back over to Berlin. Thanks so much for hanging out. And yeah, like I said, join me on Modular Monday. Hey. 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 Hey.
All right. We are back with.
Metamither.
So I let you say the name before I will say something wrong again. But yeah, that's your setup. You do cinematic industrial. I'm really excited to hear what this could be. Let me just switch to the top-down camera.
Yeah, cinematic industrial is a term I sort of made up, but I think it's, people immediately know what they're going to get, I hope,
Cinematic and industrial, I would say. Yeah. But let's explain a bit your setup. Let's start with this.
Yeah.
I really love when it's like neat and tidy packed. So you have like a case here with a bunch of keys and sequencer.
Yeah, this case was actually a new purchase, and I'm so glad I got it because it reduces my setup time down to like 5 minutes. Basically, this is sort of the support system for the modular. The Oxy one, it's a very popular sequencer right now. I'm using that, sending one cable out via HDMI to the modular. The Zoom mixer, the L6, is an incredible, amazing mixer. You get 10 channels, and you can record stems in 32 bits just with the press of a single button. So that's incredible. I've got all these modular channels going to it. I'm taking advantage of all 10 channels. And then the key step, I can select which MIDI channel I want, 1, 2, or 3, and then that goes through the Oxy that can go to my Eurorack voices. And I'm using the Oxy almost as a live looper. Into this set, I've recently just not been going in really with any melodic material at all. I basically pre-program my drums.
Who needs melodies?
well, the melodies are generated improvisationally, real time. So every show, even though I'm using maybe the same voices, you're going to get different melodies because it's just what I'm creating in the moment. I'm coming from a keys playing background, having grown up playing piano. So it's very important to me, and it gets me much closer to the material each time I play live.
All right. Okay, so you play your record, what you played, and then the sounds come from the modular. Let's talk about this modular in a tiny bit.
Yes.
This is your little cute mixer.
Yeah.
I think it's the smallest mixer I've seen so far.
I think it's awesome. I mean, it's the size of a paperback book, and it has a built-in compressor. It has a 3-band EQ. It has an effects send, like an internal effect. Yeah, I mean, it's just awesome. I mean, after the gig tonight, I'll have every part stemmed out, so I can use those for recordings, or I can just do a better mix, than the live sound.
It's a multi-track recorder in itself.
That's what makes it amazing, and it's 32 bits, so there's no clipping.
All right.
Yeah. So you're starting to see why I like it so much.
Shut up and take my money. I need this one.
Yeah.
No, you said it's like it has effects built in?
It has one effect that you can change. It's like a whole room spring reverb, delay, or echo.
Okay.
So that goes to all the channels. You can only have one, but it does have an aux send if you want that.
All right. Cool.
But let's talk about the modular rack, right?
That's more important, I
guess. Well, that's all important, but my favorite voice right now, as anybody who watches my YouTube channel will know, is the Vic X. I have that going into the Lacrima Versio, which is probably the least used Versio, but to me it's really awesome. It's basically they call it an auto wah, but I think it's like kind of not really described very well on their site. Like it's basically like a saturating filter. So it just sounds awesome with the Vic, which is, there's 9 different algorithms that you could have on this thing. And the maker is developing more, so there's going to be 30 algorithms that you can choose from. So there's just a lot of wide range of sounds that you can create with it, and the sound is really nice and forward and aggressive, which I like. Down here I have the Tauros Aliyah, which is going to be more my bass patches. I did a video on that as well, but that's it's a really awesome phase modulation synth in their Aliyah line. I've also got another Aliyah, which is more going to be doing the drums. That's being driven by the traffic, where you can basically get 3 sounds using different CV values into the Incus. And so you're going to hear basically that's going to be doing everything in my drums except for the kick. So all the sounds are going to be sort of related, which is nice. And then the kick is the Dasbrum, which is going into the polydactyl, which is basically a module version of OTT, if you know that from Ableton.
Nice. I'm just seeing here something. Can I stick it out and
Yeah.
plug it back? This is crazy.
Yeah. It's a 0 HP attenuator.
Ah.
The one thing with the...
Was it?
Oh, yeah, right here. The one thing with the Zoom is that, modular levels are very hot. So there's no real way to, set the gain. I think they didn't want you to, because it's like, oh, it's 32-bit. You can just bring it down later. But with modular, you do need to bring it down. So these serve as like my mix before my mix.
All right, that's neat. So you basically don't have like one mixer in the modular that sends line level out. So you just use this handy dandy little things.
Yeah, as you can see, I'm sending every single channel. Every voice is being sent separately, because it's important to me to have everything stemmed out, because I can obviously mix it better then, and for later in post, I can do what I want. Like I'll definitely do like an Ableton Live mix of this, which will sound a lot better, maybe.
Nice. Maybe we will use this.
Yeah. And then I have some other voices too. The Oneroy is this crazy drone synth thing. It's really kind of alive on its own. It's really interesting. And then this Warp Core is made by Infrasonic Audio, which is a maker based out in Colorado. And I've been using that. That's really a nice kind of lead. It's it's sort of like a phase modulation, sort of like the Casio CZ line, sort of in that vein.
All right. I mean, honestly, I don't know all of the names. I haven't heard many modules before. There's just too much. Some things, I mean, Befaco, I know. We just talked about the Zadar.
Yeah, the Zadar for people, the people who know me in New York, I have 3 of them, and it's kind of ridiculous, but I'm actually not using it tonight, but I basically just use it as just these crazy modulation shapes. So if you press it, you can see you can go through all these different interesting shapes. So you can use that to modulate parts of your system. I just decided not to use it tonight, but I might pull it out in a later patch or something like that.
I also like those. How do you call them?
I guess just a splitter.
Okay.
And then that just goes to this one knob that I can use as a macro. The way I think about this is kind of just setting up a playground that I can, or a sandbox that I can kind of play in. So sometimes stuff will get used. It's all just very, it's very fluid based on what I sort of feel like using, in a sense.
All right. Awesome. I would say let's start.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. Before I thought this is like HDMI, but it's just...
No, it is. It is
HDMI.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what connects the Oxy sequencer. So I don't have any... There's all these CV and gates up top, but you don't need to use that if you just have this one cable. Again, like less plugging stuff in.
Well, wait. It's an HDMI cable.
Yes.
What?
And this is a passive module too, so it doesn't even draw power. And you could take all of your CV and gates out into your system and just plug in one cable.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have like USB-C or whatever?
No, it's HDMI.
What?
Yeah. This is like a mini HDMI to HDMI. Yeah.
I never thought about that. You can send like sound and audio via. I mean, obviously, but like you have different channels, or how can I?
Yeah. I think it's based on the, I don't know too much about it. I just know that it works kind of thing, but I think it just references, it just gives you all your CV and gates out. So, yeah.
Now I get it. It's also from Oxy.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so you have like 8 gates, 8 CVs and 8 gates.
Yeah.
That's sent by HDMI.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I know Döpfer has something like this for like with a LAN cable. But I never thought about using HDMI. That's crazy. So I could like send sound and stuff with all those cameras here.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, I mean it's the level of the technology is just totally crazy, right? It's amazing. Yeah. But I think, they made it so that, you didn't have to connect 8 CV and gates out, right? Because that's a huge pain. Because obviously people are going to be using this a lot with modular, and it's like, well, how do we make that a little bit easier? And it's just one cable. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, that's the first edition, right?
Yes.
Do you think about getting the second one?
Maybe. Basically, what I really want from it is kind of randomization, the way that it works. I used to have the Hermod Plus, And the way that it did randomization, it used these kind of MIDI filters to give you variations on the sequences, on the notes. So this doesn't really have that in the same way. You can, there's like probability and stuff like that. There is some random, but it sort of doesn't do the random in which I'd like. So I'm hoping that they implement that. And that alone might be reason for me to switch, honestly, because we were talking about ornament and crime. Like that kind of, would be my solution right now.
I'm still absolutely greenhorn with the ornament. I just got it because there are so many things. And Ronnie just mentioned it, that it's like you need to have it. So, but there are some like different modes, like Euclidean, blah blah blah,
matricial, and there's this stochastic mode. So it's just totally transforms your sequencer into. I mean, I personally like this kind of like 8 by 16 step grid, because then I can see my entire drum kit like on one page, right? Like I don't have to like page through. And this actually, I feel like, unlocks a lot of drum machines, which most of them are just a single row, right? So it's really nice. So you could use this to sequence, a non-modular drum machine, let's say, and then you would see all of your voices. So that's like super powerful.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
How many steps can you have?
You can have up to 128. So there's your pages here, and then you can double tap into them to go further. Yeah. But, again, you might not need all that, because then you can create variations even in just one page, right? You can have steps that go on, not 16 steps. You can have it go for 12 and stuff like that, each part. So there's lots of ways to create variations that aren't just like, creating super long sequences,
Last question. Like I see here 4, so you can like sequence 4 channels.
Yeah, it's 4 sequencers basically. So with this sequencer 4 is it could be up to 8 drum tracks. I'm just using 4. Sequencers 1, 2, and 3. Those are my 3 Eurorack voices. So that's just kind of how I've kept it sort of sane for myself. And then the Oneroy is just kind of doing its own thing. That it isn't sequenced by the Oxy at all. That's just it's just this kind of wild drone thing. So it doesn't need pitch information kind of thing. It's just doing its own thing.
All right, crazy. Let's talk about sequences later a little bit. And I would say the stage is yours. Have fun. You want to perform 45
I'll do
minutes?
45, yeah.
You can do an hour. You can just like fully express yourself. So just
cool.
feel free and give me a sign when you say like, I'm done.
Will do.
I'm done. All right.
Okay, cool.
So I just mute the mics.
Yeah.
It took
Hey.
too much time. About woo! Applause,
switch-
please. Some applause.
Yeah.
There was a stellar performance.
Thank you.
Sick. Could you go on forever? Or is it like you said it's improvised, so could you
Yeah.
go on like forever and ever and ever until the back
Yeah, in a way, yeah, I guess. I actually am really obsessed, and my friends in New York know this. I'm super obsessed with this idea of boredom, not only with like me getting bored with it, but I'm constantly thinking about where is the audience's threshold for boredom. So I guess I'm always thinking about like, okay, am I introducing new elements, or is it moving along sort of quickly enough? So in a way, like of course I could have taken a longer time slot, but I think it's almost I'm moving so quickly as well that I think 45 minutes to an hour is kind of like the sweet spot for me.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the good thing here is you can just fully express yourself in the video. The people can scrub around if they want to, honestly, but yeah. So just interesting, like also from an artist perspective, playing more straight on techno.
Yeah.
It's also like really hard to compete with those DJs. They just like slap in tracks.
Sure.
So you also need to come up with new ideas. So when you improvise, then you have, like you said, you have the playground, right?
Yeah, like a bit of a sandbox I was saying earlier, where it's like, you set yourself up a bunch of toys, and I know that I can kind of go into that. For example, the Onoroi, into that kind of glitchy thing, that's just set up. So I know that I can kind of go into that, and I'm like, okay, if, a bit is not building up or something, I can add more drum bits, I can extend, the decay of the drum voice and so on. There's sort of ways to build excitement. What you were saying before about the sort of DJs and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess, I try to combat it in my own way by just, bringing a keyboard on stage. Like I said before, it brings me closer to the material. I think, a lot of people are doing sequence patterns, which is, it's totally fine, but I guess I'm just trying to bring a different approach in a way. So, just trying to do my thing to stand apart,
So just play around with these buttons.
Yeah.
I got lost in the buttons earlier.
It's easy to do.
I just programmed something.
Yeah.
But also, thanks for the tip. We need some, like a jingle, like you're listening to Funkwerke.
Oh, is that what somebody said?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we need that. I mean, where would you get it? You have like a million artists to pick from, or you can make it yourself, right? It's like, you could have a contest.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a good idea.
Good idea, right?
Just send all your vocal ideas, synthesize them, send them over, and we'd make a nice jingle out of it.
I think vocoded, like Funkwerke, would be pretty good.
Totally. All right. Let's just calm down for a second. You can grab a water, and we switch to the cozy interview area.
Cool.
And then we continue with a small interview.
Sounds good.
And then the last artist, but not the last artist. First, I'm babbling. We just
more Golden Shrimp Guild, yeah.
Yeah. But let's have a quick setup break.
Cool.
See you in a second. right, we are back. Oh, okay, there's some weird countdowns. Just ignore them. We are back, and oh no, oh shit. Haha, so many cameras. I thought I pressed the button, but I haven't pressed the button. So now we are finally back. With, just pronounce your name again, please.
Metamither.
Metamither. So, where's my cheat sheet? Of course. Let's just tell me a bit about it. You just sent me a huge bio that is really was really inspiring, but I forgot totally what you wrote about it. So you're from New York.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I haven't been there, but I really want to.
Yeah. You should come. I mean, I definitely like to do this kind of thing where I run my own showcase there as well. So anybody that I play with, like that is kind enough to host me, I would love to host you as well. So please come through. We'll try to make a date work for you for sure.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So Jade and I, we definitely come to the States and perform some acid techno and some, I call it, everyone says industrial techno. I don't really say industrial, but that sounds awesome. So what's the name of the event?
The organization is called BEAM, which stands for Brooklyn Experimental Electronic Music Group. And it's just a really great platform for people to, sometimes get on stage for the very first time, which I call a global premiere.
Nice.
Which is just so cool to do that, because it just starts people out on their live journey, And then I'm also part of the New York Modular Society, where we do events through there too.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. We have another guest that is also with another modular society. Stick around for that.
Yeah.
That's cool. So we have Berlin Modular Society, New York Modular Society.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them across
Nice.
the world. It's amazing. I
mean, that's really important. It's important to have like communities. So I don't know, if you're lonely in your studio and you ask like, where are those people like-minded?
Well, especially with modular, it's so difficult, and like there's like the buying and selling of modules is such a big part of it as well. So you kind of need, not only to have a marketplace, of local people that you can kind of trust, but it's also like I've gone over to people's houses in the beginning of my journey and I was just like, hey, can I demo this module, because I don't want to spend, $300 or $400 or whatever it is, to buy something that might not be for me at all. So it's really great for that. We also, obviously it's very daunting to people because it's so technical, it's so expensive. There's all these wires, it's just kind of, it's sort of this crazy activity. So, we try to onboard sort of new people by, just having like gear petting zoos and stuff where they can kind of ask questions and stuff, because it's otherwise just really hard to get into it,
Yeah. Yeah. It's the Pandora's box, right?
Yeah.
So if you start, it's also addictive.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I got started in modular, like trying to design like sort of my drum machine that I always wanted, and then it sort of grew into that, and now I'm playing with like oscillators and stuff like that. It's a lot of fun, and it's really great that I can like sort of customize my system exactly how I want it. I just looked at like the drum machines that were on the market, and we were talking about most drum machines have just the one row of steps, and to me I like having like a zoomed out view where I can view more rows. Like I used to have the Erica Synth Percons drum machine. That was great because it had 4 rows. I love that.
Nice. Just hang on a second.
Yeah. Playing the hold music.
Just needed to press the record button, so we're also recording this beautiful interview.
Oh, yeah.
Let's stick to sequencers because I'm thinking about the Hapax. You know the Hapax?
Yeah.
But I think the Oxy is cheaper.
I'm not sure how much it is. I used to have, like I said, the Squarp Hermod, and they also make the Hapax. The Hermod was really nice because it had these kind of MIDI filters that I really liked. So let's say you could have a sequence of notes and then say like, 20% of the time, give me, 5 semitones up or down, pick a semitone within the scale, and put in a new note in there. So I really like that because it sort of evolved the sequences over time, lightly random, sort of controlled random, right? So I believe that the Hapax has that, and that's a really great feature. But yeah, I think the Hapax is a bit bigger, and maybe a bit heavier than the Oxy. And, again, like we were talking about the Oxy, it has like all these other different modes. And of course they just came out with the Mark II.
That's a good thing. I didn't think about like size and the weight of it. I was just thinking about my studio here using it. But other question, can you just like sync, or like not sync, but combine like two Oxys? Would it make sense, or are they just in
It's funny, we were just talking about this on Discord, and somebody wanted to do that, and I'm like, I feel like that's not the right way to do it, because even though you have 4 sequencers, you can actually have like 64 tracks or something. So it's like you can integrate it with MIDI and stuff, so you can get far more than just 4 out of it. So yeah, it warrants a little bit further exploration, but I think the Mark II just makes it easier just because there's just more. You get 8 sequencers. So, I mean, I can't imagine like, I'm running a lot of voices in a way, you know what I mean? Like, so, with my setup, like I'm totally fine with like 3 voices and then the drum machine, and I mean, you don't need a lot, and that's the thing. It's like we were talking about, limitations help creativity in the other interview that you did. And it's so true. I mean, it's for a 30-minute or 45-minute live set, like I feel like, for me anyway, I don't want to go in like too many directions, just kind of like have a sort of sonic palette that you can sort of explore, like don't go too sort of far off, but that's just my approach, I guess.
And totally legit.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Someone that was listening from the beginning to the interviews.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. Thanks. Now I was just thinking, about here in my studio with all the gear to have something where I can control everything at once.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ableton would probably the obvious choice, but I was thinking about like completely DAWless.
Yeah.
So
Are you working completely DAWless now?
I mean, in the end, I'm still recording in Ableton.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, mostly I'm like using all the gear and.
Yeah, you might not think this looking at my set, but I'm actually like heavily into Ableton. Like the songs that I write for my studio material and for albums, like it's almost like a very different approach in a way. Like I use the modular to, I'm kind of like an archaeologist, like digging for sounds, and I harvest them, and or maybe I'm a farmer then, I don't know, harvesting sounds, but you get my analogy. But like and then it all gets kind of realized and tweaked and polished in Ableton. One thing to know about my studio stuff is that everything is written in 3 distinct movements. So it's much more, that's kind of where the cinematic thing I think comes from, or that's how people were constantly saying like, oh man, you got to make music for movies and video games because your stuff is so cinematic. Because it's, it's a different structure than sort of like 8 bars, 8 bars on, 8 bars off, or verse, chorus. It's really part 1, part 2, part 3. And so by the end of the song, you're kind of in a different sonic landscape, even though usually I'm using the same sonic colors throughout the whole piece. So that's been a key part of my process as well.
All right. I mean, I do produce in Ableton. I started again to like do stuff quicker.
Yeah.
And everywhere. So that's a huge difference. Yeah.
I think if your goal is to make tracks and release tracks, I feel like you're better served using a DAW. Now, that's not everybody's goal, right? Some people's goal is to get a big modular system and just to have that as like sound therapy. They turn it on after work and they just play with sounds and they create sounds and they don't necessarily hit record, and that's fine. Some people like want to play out live, right, or whatever. But for me, it was always in the cards to release tracks. So I've always thought about. I don't have like, I'm not one of these people that can't stare at a screen. Like I could stare at a screen like all day long and not be bothered by it. A lot of modular people don't want screens. I realized that very quickly, and I think it's it totally makes sense, right? Because we're so inundated in our phones and stuff. But I guess I don't have that affliction, so like I don't mind like staring at a DAW like all day long and like creating tracks. But it's not everybody, you know.
I totally agree. Totally agree. So you said you get that. Where did you get that? I mean that people don't like staring at screens. Are you doing some kind of education?
No,
stuff?
no. I really just hear it in my modular group. Like you know, we've a lot of us have become friends in the group. You know, and there's definitely a bunch of regulars, and I'm sort of on the producing channel, so like we organize events and stuff like that. And yeah, I just hear it from a lot of people that I meet. Obviously it's anecdotal and it's not, you know, everybody, but yeah, it's a big thing that people want to get away from their screens for sure.
I mean, that's why I started making music with
Yeah.
gear, because
Yeah.
I'm also always on the screen.
Yeah.
Speaking of screen, you have a YouTube channel, right?
Yeah. That's something that
Just introduce
Yeah.
yourself, because I need to go to the cockpit and change something.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of started the YouTube channel this year really more seriously. I've been posting like Eurorack tutorials as well as synth stuff on there. So yeah, if you want to check it out, you could just type in my name, Metamyther, and you'll see it. It's really something that I'm kind of trying to push forward on, just, you know, as another sort of arm of my music career. Are you trying to put it up on the screen? But yeah, that's kind of why I'm a little bit in Berlin this time around, because I'm going to go to Superbooth and, you know, talk to people and, you know, see if there could be some opportunities for collaboration. Oh yeah, there we go.
So I'm
Wow.
sorry, I wanted to prepare it up, but I forgot.
That's
I forgot one last step. So
Yeah.
that's your YouTube channel, and talking about Superbooth and stuff. Are there you make reviews for modules?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like a couple of the Vic X ones that I've done have done really well. Like this one, the Vic X, the softer side, is my most popular one. And then I, you know, because the Vic X, which is the sort of really industrial oscillator that I was using, you know, like really kind of aggressive lead, that's kind of like its default state, but I wanted to see if I could make a quieter track with it. So that, and I guess a lot of other people want to do that as well. This is the video right here is one that just came out, where I'm using the multigrain, and you see the Vic X there. I actually used the Vic X as the source material, sampling into the multigrain, which is this brand new IntelliGel module that's like a granular sampler. So it's super interesting and fun, and actually it's like, it seems kind of complicated, but yeah. Yeah, so you can see, like, you know, I'm sampling into it and then kind of like just playing around with it. And, you know, this came out really shortly after the module came out. I got it right away. So people wanted to see what it was all about. Yeah.
Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, just started one of the videos to just, while you're talking about it, just showing some of the sounds.
Yeah.
Are there some more videos?
Hey, everybody. What's up?
Whoop. How long are you doing the channel? And like,
I really just kind of started going on it, like with more edited content, I would say. Like that started in January. So it's really just a 2025 thing. And the response has been really great, actually. Like it's been amazing. Like just as soon as I started doing that type of content, as you know, I had like a bunch of like live sets and stuff like that. But, you know, people want to see the gear stuff, you know, they love that stuff. So it's been, and that's kind of like what I want to do as well. It's lifting up other brands that I enjoy their products, and, you know, everybody's kind of like a mom and pop shop. Like, these are not huge companies, you know what I mean? I do have a video about the Moog, but, you know, that's probably, you know, all these other companies, they're small. So I think anything that you can do like that, it really helps them out.
absolutely, absolutely. So let me just grab my, oops, that was, so. So we have always some questions that we ask every
Yeah.
artist, because it seems to be really interesting how different artists carry their gear, especially overseas.
Yeah.
So
how do you do it? What kind of case do you have? Is it like with a proper lid and?
Yeah. The support case is the new case that I got from Analog Cases, which I picked that because, I mean, it happened to fit my setup just perfectly, and it's also extremely lightweight case. I actually check that, and then I go on the plane with the Eurorack. The Eurorack case, the one from IntelliGel, that comes with a metal lid and a carry case, but it actually perfectly fits in the overhead bin, and I think that they did that intentionally.
Yeah,
which that's huge because I'm not gonna check that, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's super smart, and that's actually something every case manufacturer should do.
Yeah.
Like think about a lid and stuff. So yeah. But you also have something like next to the case, you have a small. It's not that small, but you have a case where you just is it with Velcro?
Yeah, exactly. That's the Analog case. That, you know, that's my support case in a sense. You know, it has the sequencer and all that stuff. But yeah, it's this really hardcore Velcro that it's actually like if I went over there and tried to pull it off, it's actually really hard to do. Which, you know, so it's kind of fine, like knocking around. You know, these cases are meant to kind of be beat up. So I do check that. So that actually goes through, like, you know, the baggage claim. Yeah, but I think this is kind of the smallest setup that I can think of because I definitely want to have recording with the Zoom mixer outside of the box. I definitely want to have a keyboard, you know, and I definitely want to have the Oxy sequencer. So it's kind of like you just have to.
Absolutely. Thank you for, you just told me the question I wanted to ask you. Before we talked about like not using a DAW for making music, but with mixers like the Model 16 or the Zoom you have, you're like not limited. You can just like pipe every channel into the mixer and record everything and then later edit the crap out of it.
Yeah. In my setup, like the biggest part of my setup is just connecting all of those channels, right? Like I have to connect 10 channels, which it seems insane, but like honestly, it's awesome because, you know, I can take like little bits from all these gigs, right, and you know, put them into studio tracks, for example, or I could just mix the live show a lot better at home, you know. So yeah, it records to 32-bit, so yeah, it's awesome. That's like it's a great piece of gear, and it's quite affordable as well, which is, you know, pretty impressive that they did that.
Awesome. Talking about gigs, what was the most exciting gig?
So I played this gig at this art gallery in Soho, which I heard about it. They gave me a call the day before, and they're like, "Hey, can you do an hour?" Right, and I was just like, I mean, luckily I had like something like patched up, so I was like, yeah. So I kind of like, you know, I had it half patched up, and I patched up the rest of it, and yeah, it was just such a funky place. They had like this smoke machine. It was this real industrial kind of vibe, and the pictures coming out of it were like really great. That was a really fun, like wacky kind of gig, because it's like, you know, what it was just like this sort of boutique like clothing store / art gallery. It's just like one of these like weird places. Like, who's doing shows there? You know, it's just really funny.
Yeah. Okay. And when did you start making music? The journey?
Oh man. I mean, I've been making music since I was like 13 years old or something like that. I had this like crappy like Yamaha keyboard, you know, and I was using like General MIDI, you know, and then I was making songs all the way up through college and stuff. And then I took a little bit of a hiatus to pursue some other creative pursuits. Like I got into like writing about music, like music journalism, and I was also starting on my video career. So those two things actually did a lot to inform sort of where I am now, because with music journalism, I was constantly thinking about, I was listening to music all the time, right? A lot of electronic music, but not exclusively. And I was just thinking about like, from a critical sort of eye, like, okay, how is this artist engaging with new ideas, with the past? You know, are they doing something different? What is their approach? You know, what is this album about? You know, so it just really was formative in me thinking about my own sort of artistic career and what I wanted to do with that, right? So I was hearing a lot of stuff that sort of maybe a bit derivative, and it just kind of, made me realize like, okay, this is what I can do that is sort of like different than the rest of, the music that I'm hearing perhaps.
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Talbot, could you do me a favor? On this atom thing, there's a cut button. Can you press this? Almost, sorry.
I think he did do it correctly. He just didn't see it over here.
No, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
I just so he did. Thank you so much. I just failed. I had to. There are a lot of buttons. So I just switched.
You think we'd be used to it by now, right?
Yeah,
all these buttons and knobs and levers.
I'm still sometimes confused, especially with IP addresses and stuff. But you started music with piano. Yeah.
I played piano since I was 5 years old, and it's always been something that I've brought into the live performance. Like before I was doing, I do kind of like some different types of performances. One is DAW-less modular, as you saw today. Sometimes I play actually with a laptop on stage, and I'll have a synth on stage where I'm playing along to my sort of lessened versions of my studio tracks, where usually the leads are taken out, and I could play synth lines over that. So those are fun gigs to do too.
All right. Sorry, I'm just checking something. So, with 5, you started piano. Like, is it traditionally or?
Yeah, it was all classical music basically.
Taught in school.
More like just went to a piano teacher kind of thing.
Okay.
Nothing really crazy, but it sort of gave me the basics of sort of classical music and just getting your chops up as far as the technique. And that's actually where I took the 3 movement thing from. A lot of classical sonatas have 3 movements in them, so I thought that could be, I have water. That could be like an interesting way to reconfigure electronic music to give it this sort of classical structure, but with modern sounds. So that's an idea that really excites me.
All right. Are there different things than music that excites you? Ba-boom! Such a transition.
Yeah, nice. For a while, I was getting involved in welding. Do you know this? Like working with metal.
Yeah.
That was really crazy because I'll just tell you this: it's not Ableton. It's completely the opposite. And it's funny too because the welding teacher was saying that a lot of people come here to work with their hands to get away from the screen again. So it's kind of like it doesn't have to be just modular people talking about how they want to get away from screens,
Yeah, we are sitting too much on the screens. Where to the dudes in the chat, stick to the screen.
For now, yes, for tonight.
For tonight, there's
just one more night stay on the screen.
There's some really nice artists coming in a bit. Welding. Structures or statues or something?
Yeah, I've just always been so blown away going to museums, seeing like metal sculptures, and it's definitely like on brand with my musical sort of style, I guess. Like I grew up near these like abandoned warehouses, and I love like abandoned structures. Yeah. I know it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's a weird thing. I mean, obviously Berlin is like huge for that.
Yeah, I do love lost places too. It's hard to do that here in Berlin because there are cameras.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's pretty much impossible to do in New York, but yeah, it kind of this sort of broken down kind of architecture and stuff, and the kind of welding stuff was kind of part of that. So I started making these like sculptures that Patina is like when everything is just kind of, the metal is rusted, right?
Awesome.
And there's ways to accelerate the patina. Like you can put an artificial one on. Well, it's not artificial, but you can accelerate it, which is I never knew that, And then I just kind of that was a sort of separate kind of thing where I started making these metal structures that were kind of like antagonistic to humans. So they have these kind of like spikes on them and stuff. So I thought there was something oddly romantic, I guess, about having these metal structures that would sort of be fighting it back against the human, perhaps.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can I on the way here? There's also a statue made out of like pieces, like a huge. I don't know how you call it, a mutter, like a huge like hexa diagonal thing what you put on something to like fix it, like just random parts you find,
like a bolt,
or
a nut, right?
Nut, yes, that's it. Or like you make it out of pieces that you find like in motorcycle engine,
right?
Or
and it's like a huge piece.
Yeah.
It's a large piece. This one, yeah. I mean, it's like the scale of these things. It just like blows my mind. It's unreal.
Crazy. So do you sell them or?
I mean, no, not really. I just kind of just made them for myself, But I guess I could.
I mean, when they are like,
yeah.
Like
this one that
size?
I made was the first one that I made was maybe this tall.
Okay.
So a few meters, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Any other hobbies?
I'm a big foodie. My partner and I, we love to go, out and eat. Living in New York, it's not hard to do that. Like sports or cooking. Yes. Not so much the sports, honestly. Like every time the Super Bowl happens, I have no idea what teams there are,
Yeah.
I'm also trying to get more into like watching horror movies. Like I started hanging out with this group of horror movie fans that they do like this trivia night every month. And I don't even know the answer, the questions, like what the questions are asking. So I'm not going to get the answer. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like some obscure horror movie that I've never even heard of, Or So it's like there's just a world just even there,
Is there a favorite horror movie or in general favorite movie?
I mean, I'm wearing the Videodrome shirt. That's one of my favorites of all time. I loved like The Substance that just came out like last year. That was incredible with Demi Moore. Definitely recommend that. It was incredible.
I will put it on the list.
Yeah. I just saw this movie called The Congress, which stars Robin Wright, who is in House of Cards. Super, like, very strange kind of Black Mirror-y sci-fi
Nice.
nightmare.
I also put it on the list.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, last question because we are going a little bit over time. If you're stranded on a abandoned island and you can just choose one piece of gear, what would it be? I mean, obviously you just have one case. And
but I mean that's a cop out, right? I can't say that. I would actually say like I've really enjoyed Dave Smith's last synth, the Trigon 6. I'm always talking about this to people. Like I'm like, man, you just gotta like play this thing. It's actually very simple. As a synth, it's almost like the I think it's more like the Prophet 8 a little bit, because you can select the waveforms. There's 3 oscillators, but it has a Moog style ladder filter, and it just sounds really, really nice. So I would pick that one.
All right, what was it again?
The Trigon 6
from Dave Smith.
Sequential circuits.
Sequential circuits. Yeah. Okay. So, we're not done yet. We're just switching to the next Golden Shrimp Guild artist, the last Dorio. I hope I pronounced it right. I remember he played The Last Dreams 2. I think 2 or 3. I don't know. But awesome style, awesome stuff. But after his performance, we have our last performance here in our studio with Talbot J from Barcelona. I hope I'm right. I'm right. Good. And then there's another performance from Spark Noise, also really awesome. I mean, what do you think will Spark Noise do?
I don't know. I have no idea. A lot of these performers are new to me too, so I'm excited.
Spark Noise.
Oh,
What could it be?
What could it be? Well, not necessarily, right? I don't know.
I'm just joking.
Yeah.
We switched to a small animation, and then I will rate to the last Dorio. I hope he's ready. And we just dropped the all your socials in the chat, and definitely check out his YouTube channel. It's also Metamither.
Metamither.
Oh, dang it!
It's just becoming a running joke now. It's fine.
Okay, good. I'm happy. See you soon.
Put this back over there for.
Yep.
Raiders. Welcome in Harwin, Berlin. So many buttons. Thank you to Golden Shrimp Guild and Hardware Berlin for organizing this. I've been tagging along through it. I agree. Interview was great. Metamither was really fun to listen to. A lot of wonderful grunge in there. Always nice to see a fellow Oxy One user. So welcome in. I think I'm the last Astorio, and I do a lot of various techno and dance music, and electronic, and sometimes ambient. Depends on the energy. Everything I do is improvised live. About the only thing that's in here is just, samples. Hey, Spark Noise. So what I was thinking we're doing is sticking with the format. Is I'll probably jam for probably about 45-50 minutes or so, and then we'll maybe take a pause and have some questions. I'll talk a little bit about some of my process that maybe I didn't talk about last time, and then either we'll just kind of play it out. We can either jam some more to give some more time, or we can just raid on over, and yeah, we'll have a good time. So just kind of the basic, most basic of overviews before I kind of jump in here. I'm mostly focused on modular, but I have a few extra things just because I like to keep my rack really kind of small. Digitech does just drums. The two modular cases are like kind of 4 different voices. Collection of different stuff. It's all controlled by the Oxy One for the most part. There's some generative stuff in the rig though, like Metropolix for a little bit of variation in Euclidean sequencers. Everything's mixed through this Mackie mixer, and the MIDI fighter twister here is actually directly pulling out stuff from the Digitact, so I can get more hands-on control there. And thanks to the Oxy One being able to act as a USB host, works really nicely. So I think we'll just hop in. I'll jam for probably about 50 minutes or so, and we'll take it from there. We'll kind of just play the energy by ear and see where we go. Thank you for joining, and thank you for being along for the ride. Alrighty. Thank you for all the raids. Wow. I really appreciate everybody just kind of jumping in right now. If you came in midway and you're not familiar with the format, this is a collaboration with Funkwerke. Sorry, I think I probably butchered the pronunciation there. But part of it is to highlight the gear as well as the process. So jammed for about 50 minutes or so, and was just going to talk a little bit about some of my rig and how it works. And Hardware Berlin, if you want to just chime in where you're at and get an understanding about how much more time, time for questions, if time for more jams, etc. I'm up for whatever. Just, you know, let us know what you need. I spoke a little about my rig the last time, and so I wanted to cover, you know, less technical and more process for how I make music on this. And I've been playing with this version of this rig. Okay, sounds great. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna set myself a timer here just to make sure I keep on track with stuff. So, there's 4 main voices in here. We have a dope for quad that is actually split into the bass and one of the higher voices. We have the mind phaser here, which is a complex oscillator, which does some really unique stuff, which I love it. It's probably the newest edition. And then we have good old mutable instruments plates. So those are kind of the 4 voices. I think what it is I've done with the routing is something that really works for me, and that is I have a Tesseract 8x8 buffered matrix, and that actually allows CV routing of both gate and pitch separately to every single one of the 4 voices. So at any given moment, I have, example, channel 1 of the pitch can go to every single voice. At the same time, you know, we could switch every single voice to channel 2. So it's really nice to get kind of stacking of oscillators in different ways, and as well as juxtaposition of rhythm, you know, same pitch channel, but different rhythm channel to make some really interesting stuff. Thank you, Hardware Blin. That was something I did very early, and this rig's changed forms a few times over a number of years, but that is the one thing that's really stayed, even with the Oxy 1 right now, which is kind of the brains and the master clock here. It still goes into this buffered matrix where we have Metropolix on 2 of the 4 pitch channels and the Oxy on the other 2 of the 4. So you can swap stuff, have it mirrored, have it up an octave, have it up even a 5th, an offset, doing contrasting rhythms. And I find that this gives me a lot of just variation to be able to add in and adjust things kind of on the fly and really shape things as we go. And it's probably one of the things that I enjoy the most about this, how this rig is set up right now. Other than that, mostly I just try to make very few changes to this rig. I think I rebuilt it about beginning of this year or so, and have just been sort of playing on it as is. And I find personally that I get a lot out of just kind of redoing, just playing with it as is, and trying to listen to other artists that I like and try to recreate what it is they're doing on this rig. And of course, this rig has its limitations, so it's never going to be exactly what it is they're doing, but just the process of trying to replicate it, I just learn new corners of this rig that I didn't know before. Know if anybody has any questions about it so far. Some of my favorite modules in here would probably be the I have the Melodus Versio. We were talking about some of the Versio modules with the last artist, and I have a Melodus Versio in here, which I love. I'm absolutely in love with granular synthesis, so I have the Instro Arbhar as well as Melodus Versio for just like a wide range of granular stuff for textures, effects, you name it. I've swapped a lot between Electus Versio and some of the other ones, but I keep coming back to the granular one for myself. One of the things that I think works really well is everything is programmed on the fly and just with inspiration, but there's one place where I have just some some presets using Harlequin's context from Shackmat Modular, and that is specifically with Arbhar. It took me months to learn kind of the ins and outs of Arbhar. It's one of the first modules I got, and it was when I paired it with what essentially is like a CV controller that can do LFOs as well as envelopes, and it has different presets you can swap to just by pressing one of the buttons on the front, and that just allows me to quickly adjust whatever sample is in the Instruo, the Arbhar, and chop it up in different ways and be able to switch that on the fly, which is really nice. One of the ways to kind of offload extra thinking, so minimize that during the set. Trying to think if there's anything else I should really highlight this time. I think for the future in this rig, I have promised myself that I'm going to keep it the same as it is for at least the next, hopefully the next like 3-4 months or so, because I genuinely like that restriction, talking about creative restrictions and how helpful they can be. For me, it's just not changing my rig, which, everybody, the gear acquisition syndrome is hard to shake. So, but that's one way that I've dealt with it personally. Do I travel with this rack? Not currently, no. I would love to, but this bottom rack is just just like some steel ears and some basic sort of rails. So I need to get a proper case for the bottom rack, and it is 2 separate cases. This one's a proper. I could travel with the top one. This one's a separate, just some steel ears and a few rails. And I won't be going any bigger than this. So if anything, I want to go with less, and less overall. The less I have to think about and the less I have to juggle in my mind, I feel like the better music I make. So. So where I do see this rig going in the future is pulling out the MIDI fighter twister and pulling out various sample controls in the Digitact has been super handy. Just be able to adjust, envelope lengths and tuning on the fly is just really, really nice. If anything, it's kind of spoiled me to the point where I'm like, okay, maybe I need some like proper synthesized drum parts, because you can only take samples so far with trying to get them varied over time. So I kind of would love to have something that's a little more organic, just, like maybe one of the Mutant hi-hat modules, for example, just for some more controls to play with in the rhythm section. 16 knobs here is just like one knob not enough, just how I've kind of broken out some of the controls. So I'm always like having to compromise in terms of what controls I have on these 16 knobs. Well, it feels kind of good from my side. Hardware Billion, you said you're ready. Why don't we go? We'll head over there. Thank you once again for this. Thank you, everyone, for the follows. Thank you for the raids. Really appreciate it. We'll go ahead and raid over to Hardware Berlin now. Thank you, Zod. Appreciate it. All right, raids created. Here we come, incoming.
trollolol. So now, sorry so much. So can you just say something?
Yep.
So I was not connected, beziehungsweise more or less the mic was muted. So now you should hear. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh man. Yeah, that happens. That happens when you
too many buttons.
too many buttons. That's the running gag for tonight.
It happens. This.
Sorry. So I tried
That's
to
alright.
sum up. He just told me a bunch and you couldn't listen to it.
Hello, everyone.
Talbot. Let me just switch again. So mistakes happen when you're live. So you have the eloquencer as main sequencer for all the stuff.
So
This one for bass lines. We haven't talked about
Exactly.
this, but you mentioned something about presets. I think you have
Mhm.
some presets saved that you
Yep.
can recall.
So the eloquencer, I use it for basically creating oscillating patterns, so sounds. I would say melodies, bass lines, and some kind of stops, variations. As I tend to create different stops. I have some inspirations from by artists like Ansom, as I said it before, even if you didn't hear. And Ayarkana, for example, so a lot of distortion, and there's a lot of artists out there nowadays, which you can get a lot of inspiration from. And this other sequencer, I just use it as a random sequencer. So basically, it's for drums, and I have different banks. I use it in the individual mode. Basically, the individual mode, you can unpatch this series, because on the normal mode, on the matrix, these lines, like the horizontal lines, goes with along with the vertical lines. So you might be a little bit limited. And in this kind of sense, why I did that, it's because I also synced different clocks from, as you can see here, is the DFAM case, but I swapped it and I changed it into a sort of effects case.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
And what it does, it gives a steady width, okay, because it's connected to the overall. Because I have would say the two mixers, the mixer for the drum, which is the little tiny 2 HP, from, as you can see here,
Yeah. That's your mixer.
little mixer,
All right.
and the other mixer, it's a quad VCA, but it can be used also as a mixer. It's also a cascade, so I can use it as a mixer, and I can create, I can put a control voltage, and so just to get more a variety of choices, and also different other parameters around the whole Eurorack. And so yeah, this basically the DFAM case, now the effect case, I call it. And it's really interesting, the Malotus Versio, the way I use it, and because as you can see here, I clocked into one control voltage from the trigger riot, and depending on the way is set, I would say, it gives a certain division time.
Okay.
And it's the Melotus Versio is a tone generator, but it has also delays, and so you kind of use it. You can use it as a reverb as well, to give more more texture, more color to your overall sound.
Yeah, but it's effect for just one particular sound, or is it a scent effect or something?
It's an effect, and now the way I use it is for different sounds, because in the mixer here, the quad VCA, I basically use the DFAM, the Melotus Versio, which is like I use it for melodies as well. And here there's, for example, two huts. They are routed from the per call, and the noise splitter gives the different variation of huts.
Okay.
And these are also routed to, as we can see here, they go to the filter, and from the filter they split. They go to the MISC, which is like a stereo width processor, and gives
Okay.
more openness
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
to the huts. And from here go to the Melotus Versio, and back to, as you can see here, I split in two. And what gives me the stereo width is the stereo strip actually. And here is set into the highs because I just want to highlight more. Sorry, the highs and yeah, just to give space to the high frequencies.
All right.
So it's
all
more
right.
technical thing.
Yeah, I hear. Before you set up, you also told me some things I have know before. So you seem like to be very technical.
Yeah, I guess this technical part I just took it during the studies, but what I like from the technical part is just detach from it and just break it a little bit and create random and have more inspiration. Just make something out of a technical part.
Okay.
Yes.
And what is this one? It's a compressor. Huh?
That's a compressor, yeah. Just to
Nice.
compress
And
the kick with along with the percussions, because it's set with a little mixer from 2 HP, and it just gives more a dark effect.
Okay.
And
Looks a bit like I think HAL 9000, the supercomputer. I don't know.
okay.
With this
Yeah, they're
red
kind of
glowing
cool.
eye.
The brand from Jinko Synthesis, and they quite do like a lot of nice also visuals and stuff, and they have like a little screen here. It's like a valve, and it just
Nice.
highlights when the compression starts to work, and the more you use the compression, the more you can see the
Okay,
visual.
gets brighter and brighter. Like here, there's also an LED. All right,
Hmm.
or something that lights up.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, probably will light up during the set.
If someone will see it, write it in the comments. I would say let's start. The stage is
Mhm.
yours, and after the performance, we have a interview, and
Right.
we can talk more about favorite modules and stuff. And people in the chat can definitely let me change this. Woo! People in the chat can definitely write some questions and stuff. And yeah,
Cool.
let's do this. Nice. Are you on?
Okay.
Thank you so
Having me.
much.
Thank you.
It was
for hosting
awesome.
me.
Awesome.
It was really fun. Yeah, I
Ye-
just dived into it.
Your influence is Ansem and Ayakana. I can definitely hear it, and it definitely
Thank you so much.
sounds as dope as the music of them.
Oh wow.
So I just
Wow.
like when you started the sound check, I was like, oh, that sounds like Ansem. Like really, no kidding.
Like straight away. you
yes,
said it.
yes. I mean, he has 2 cases. You just one. So I mean,
honestly, this is the maximum size to just carry on like as a hand luggage, and they made me store it as well, like EasyJet. Now I know that with EasyJet I can fly, with the rest of the company, no, the air companies.
let's continue on this topic on the I wanted to say couch, but on
Yeah.
the chair. Yeah, awesome set. Let's just change
Thank you.
the scenery and continue with the interview.
Cool.
See you in a bit. Just. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Just ignore those weird countdowns there.
again.
They are like all go crazy all the time. But so we are now in the comfy chill out area.
I mean, I can tell from the chair.
thanks. So just tell me your real name, 'cause when I say it, I pronounce it right. So how would you say it?
So my real name
Your
is
real name.
Alessio Di Corrado is the surname.
Okay. I probably would have done it wrong, so I'm happy that you started that.
Yeah.
So you're an Italian, not Barcelona, Italian, a modular artist, a DJ.
Mm-hmm.
So you're currently based in Barcelona,
Exactly.
and that's awesome. So I'm just super happy that like musicians over the planet start playing here in small Berlin.
I mean, honestly, it's good to move around and trying to, to see where you can be identified yourself, and because I really believe that everyone has like their own place, I would say, where they could fit a bit better as well, and with everything really. Also, for us as an artist, and you might wanna be a lot inspired, and just to kind of just create and just go for it. So yeah, I would say that it's good to change and be also flexible to these changes. And once you do the first one, I mean, it's gonna be a bit easier if you just keep going. But it's just to follow yourself and be truthful as well with yourself.
Amen. In Barcelona, there's Hex Barcelona, right? It's a label and event
yes.
series.
Yes, the Hex.
You should play there if you haven't.
Oh,
I
I would love to.
mean,
I would love to.
So then let's get you there. I mean, your music, you describe your music as devolves into dark sonic degradation and futuristic atmospheres. I can totally agree, and it definitely, for me, it sounds inspired by Ansem and Ayakana, not in a bad way, in a really good way. I'm also a huge fan of their music. I don't know if they're still really active. I know that Ansem, I don't know, you have a cafe or something.
Yeah. He owns a cafe, and
it's really good in trial bikes. That's like also really interesting how different the interests are. But let's stick to...
Now it's going with his bicycle everywhere.
This trial, that's crazy.
I
He's
think
like
I like him because he does what he wants in a way that I don't want to say that he can allow himself to do what he wants, because if you just get to a certain point. But I think it's self-awareness, so everything just fits, goes with it. And also, I can tell from his tracks and his way of playing. I saw him Fold 1 year and a half ago, I think 2 years ago now. So it was in London. It was like a huge night, and he played with modular. So I was really impressed at that time. It was even 2 years and a half ago, because I started my modular world 2 years ago. So I got impressed by the way he was using his own creativity, and starting watching some tutorials and getting some inspirations. And also you can kind of see and identify yourself in a certain style. And I also have I also love to use melodies as well, and to kind of give more dynamic to what I do. And although this type of music has a lot of stops and glitched sounds, but I would love to to give a little futuristic vibe on it.
Totally. All right. I mean, since when do you release music? Because your music is played by artists like Dave Clark and Luke Slater and stuff, so that's awesome.
Since 2020, and my first EP, I've started with the VA, with a track. I released on the label, my friend's label, DSTM Records, and then he loved the sound, he loved my sound, and I started just releasing a couple of EP there, and I've released also another VA in 2024. Galactica Music is called the label, and they are huge with festival and stuff. They started with a festival, and now they also have like an overview and a window to upcoming artists as well. And now I'm just working on other tracks, other vibes as well. I'm more into glitchy sounds, like very industrial integrated sounds. And I'm gonna be having on October one release on Immersione Records, and I will probably start having some collaborations during this year. So yeah, new news are coming, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and also to produce new stuff.
Nice. That sounds awesome. So yeah, you just mentioned your upcoming release. What's the label again?
It's called Immersione Records.
All right.
Yeah.
So you also do event by yourself.
Yeah, exactly. So it's I mean, I've started this idea in 2020.
What did you study?
I've started this idea of like a new change of trying to just find a direction, like artistic speaking, and I remember that I did like during the pandemic. I was having like my last year, and I had to uni. That basically I studied in London, and then I moved because of the COVID. So I did it in like the last year online, and it was cool because in the end I focused on creating my own studio, and everything. It just is much more, I'd say welcoming, and you can focus more as well. And yeah, and basically I started this idea thanks to a portfolio, and I created my first EP, like industrial EP with 80% of the sounds recorded from an industrial factory. And I wanted to prove myself as well, like my voice. I've never used my voice since then, and yeah, I just had fun with it. So by that, I started doing some kind of podcasts, but they are like video podcasts. Me with the crew in Italy. Basically, we're helping each other just going somewhere, just weird spots or abandoned stuff, to kind of give the vibe of it, and that the industrial vibe of the degraded sounds, abandoned atmospheres. And I used to call also a performer of different arts than music. Could be like a graffiti artist, painter, or maybe like a sculptor or whatever. And from there, I've basically based the idea of the event project, which I opened in Barcelona. And for now, we did 2 events. So basically, it's a lot of conceptual. It is based also on Dada, and we're trying to also bring some different artists from the Dadaist society, and where just to give like a to the audience that everything can be done, can be made, and no matter what is your your career, where you're at, and also no matter what is your skill, because that Dada basically allowed the world just not to use the classical doctrines, and everything can be made. So there's a lot of concepts within the event series, and for example, the latest one, which we brought one painter, and that was painting live, and
Nice.
how it was a lady. She could get influenced by the sound, by in the making. So it was interesting to analyze, identify as well, was the where the mind and the art goes, from her own perspective.
Totally.
And it's also, there's a lot of story as well, because of the creation of industrial music, as we can mention from industrial music for industrial people, the old music label from Genesis P. Orridge, and industrial also the industrial music for of Sheffield, Cabaret Voltaire. And I have also different kind of imprints, and like, for example, when I use my voice, I try to get some inspiration by Cabaret Voltaire as well, and the types of rhymes, and it's really cool, and there's a lot out there. And we bring also poets from the Dada, like for example, William Burroughs. They he discovered this technique of cut-up. It's basically the new way, the new technique to create new words and a new meaning out of something already existed, and basically by changing the position of those titles or strophes, you kind of create give a new life to them. And it's the same thing with music. So basically everything kind of linked together.
Absolutely. It's like a circle.
Exactly.
I mean, you said the painter gets inspired by the music, but could also be like another meta level. So the artist that makes the music gets inspired by the painting.
Exactly.
Crazy.
It's a never-ending circle.
So what's the name of the project again?
It's called Meter Lab, and as I said before, I've started with the Metercast, because it stands for podcast, Metcast, and now Meter Lab is like a sort of a laboratory with performance as well, and who knows, in the future, Meterfest.
Ooh, nice. But you're also in Berlin Modular Society, right?
The Barcelona. Modular Society.
Berlin. It's both. It starts with B. The Barcelona, of course.
Yeah. We basically, my friend and my two friends started the Barcelona Modular Society not a while ago, and now it's just up and running. Every month, we basically gather people, and we play live. We jam, like 5 of us. Obviously, it would be like every time they change to give like the full availability to everyone as well to play, and it's open to everyone, even for newcomers of the modular world. And it's really amazing what they did, because it's great, the fact to share ideas and techniques, informations with a lot of artists out there, like are really great in Barcelona especially. So it's a never-ending circle, as you said, also of informations. And today they just did another event. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see the reviews as well. So yeah,
Nice,
I mean
nice.
the guy which is one of the two owners
Mm-hmm.
from the Barcelona Model Society just gave me the chance to be here because
All
I
right,
didn't
crazy.
know that about, and he just sent me like a message with your page. I said you should try this, and I said,
Nice.
okay, I will try that.
Then thanks a
So,
lot. What's
yeah.
his name?
Diego.
Diego. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's important. Like in a community,
Yeah,
like sticking
yeah.
together, helping each other and stuff. So awesome, awesome. We had New York Modular Society, now Barcelona Modular Society, and in Berlin, Berlin Modular Society. Awesome. Maybe you can play there. Maybe we can play in New York or in Barcelona. Sounds awesome. So
I mean, it's getting better and better. Also, the modular world because it's like
totally.
it's like the vinyls. Just not a while ago, they started to like the market.
like a revival.
A revival. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there like Ansem needs a module. I'm just guessing needs a module that's not on the market, so he starts developing his own module.
Yeah.
Then he starts selling it, and that's the snowball, I would say.
Also, the Colossus audio from Ayarkana.
Yes.
And I have a little funny story. The module grid from British Noise Electronics. Basically, now because the company shut. I don't know. I don't remember if it's 5 years ago or a bit more. And I was looking for this module, and because it's a bit rare to find. And then in the end, I realized that who was selling me, it was Ayarkana.
Yeah.
So I said, "Well," and we just shared some tracks as well.
Nice.
And yeah, he gave me a nice feedback as well of one of the latest tracks. So I was really amazed by that because it's a funny story that sometimes you never know who you encounter.
Totally. I mean, if Ayakana and Ansem still play live and they have Bock speaking German and English, if they're interested in performing here, that would be awesome. We have some questions that we ask all the artists. We started talking about this topic earlier, like how do you travel? What kind of case? Any tips?
So basically, tips is to try to respect the measurements because they are really pain in the ass. Even if you are perfect, like respecting the maximum measurement, and you never know who you can meet down there, because it's a bit tricky. And I would say also because of the bunch of money that we spend on our Eurorack, I would say just have a hand luggage and with you all the time. Have your Eurorack with you because I think it can be very damaging also for your health because in the end just losing a lot of money, and it's not fair. It's not fair considering the amount of time we just put like effort to this, and because of 1 centimeter we risk our life. It's a bit tricky, and so basically my case is the maximum almost the maximum measurements of the EasyJet company. So basically I can only fly with them and not everyone else.
So you
And
should get endorsed by them.
exactly. So yeah, I'm thinking to maybe adjust a little bit and probably yeah, use also the back case and put other modules. Just create another rack, like a 9U rack, and maybe an adjustable one, even if it might be a bit expensive. Something like that you can move it and place it like a very tight. Sorry, especially if you have a lot of modules. So it's good to spend on cases, I would say, even if are homemade ones. But it's good to keep an eye on that.
You said you wanna make your own case or like buying a case?
Any cases.
Mm.
This one is homemade.
Really? Okay,
I
crazy.
didn't make it, but there's a guy. He's from Rome, and uses the platform Etsy.
Nice.
And you should keep an eye on that because he customizes according to your needs. So I don't know, according to your HP, how many HP you have.
Yeah.
So it's better keep an eye. Maybe you pay a little bit more because it's customized and takes time for him, to prepare. But it might be worth it.
All right. What's the name again? The Etsy shop?
And the Etsy shop, and you just type cases. And if you want, I can send you a link.
Yeah, so the chat people can find it. So maybe.
Yes, I don't remember
Oh, okay.
exactly right now because now it's been 2 years.
Okay.
But just typing a Eurorack cases, I can now identify his stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, his page.
So next question: what was
Yeah.
the most exciting gig or like event for you to perform?
Interesting question. I think the second event that we did with the Meteor Lab. So it's basically the last for now, and I played live with the modular for the first time, and I was curious about the audience response. Especially people that don't know about this word, and they were so curious because like they were amazed by seeing someone moving, touching things, and it was really eye candy and catchy as well.
Eye candy. Yes. So okay. What's the name again from the event?
So we did it Parallel 62 club, and the name of the event is Meteor Lab.
Metal Lab. Nice. It's a nice name.
Meteor stands for work.
Okay.
And I didn't say that about like the project, but it's based on the fourth aspect of the theory of alienation of Karl Marx. And
Alright.
out of that, I just started, evolving the project, the idea, and basically this message says we operate and comply the ability to transmute, to transmogrify the existence like kind into the objects of our mind. So by saying that, like a lot of artists, people that used to work like ordinary jobs, having to deal with the same things, same machines, they kind of transmuted those environments into their own objects, into their own worlds, and they created a new life.
That's that sounds deep.
Yeah.
So
I mean, during the pandemic, I got a bit crazy, so I had to, finalize something
it's a,
similar.
it's a good time to say to ask this question. What are your interests beyond making music?
Beyond making music,
Philosophy, art,
uh, yeah, yeah, art,
cooking, sports.
cooking, football,
Ah, all right.
and
Like American football,
No, like European ones. I
like
don't know.
soccer.
Soccer.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah. Here you call it soccer. and
No, we call it foosball.
football. Okay.
Like Fuß and Ball.
Okay.
Like no. All right. That's a lot. It's nice, like to have like a balance and like creative hobbies and like some hobbies where you can like let out some steam when you're like
Yeah.
Like-
yeah.
running and whatever.
You kind of need that because sometimes you get like so stressed, overwhelmed, like by trying to find new ideas, and sometimes it doesn't work. And also have another sport that I didn't mention, which is Muay Thai, and Muay Thai helps me regain the balance, and also for the mind, it's very mindful
Nice. Yeah.
because you can let it out there, and then you'll chill and good to go for
Yeah.
with production.
When you're zen, then you're focused.
Exactly.
I just skipped one question. When did you start making music? And was it directly Dollars or something?
So in 2016, 2017, I touched my first dough, but I would say 6 years ago, like producing and kind of having a sense.
Which DAW is it?
I started with Logic, and then now I'm with Ableton. Logic now I use it for video editing, audio editing, and because it's I find it really precise, especially the arrangement view. And Ableton I use it because it's much more fun for me to just express. And Logic also I use it for mastering as well. So more kind of the technical part with Logic.
Makes sense. Like Ableton is like for the creative stuff, playing around, and then I realized that like I know some people, or like also I started with recording guitar and stuff with Ableton, but that's actually not really you can do it, but it's not made for that. Quote or kinda. So you have like Cubase and other
Exactly.
Pro Tools.
That's why we have so many those, because every one of them has a particularity and a characteristic, like a character, I would say.
Totally. I mean, I still use FL Studio sometimes because there's like some synthes with like funny or like cool presets. So I really need to start using Reason again. That's like
Reason.
that's sick. Like you have your rack and you patch stuff, and it's kind of
Yeah.
in between. So, all right. Let's go to the last question, and then we rate to Spark Noise if he's there. And I don't know if this chat is just lurking or if the chat froze here on the screen. But if there's some questions, if you have some questions to Talbot, drop them now, or it's too late. So the last question: if you're stranded on an abandoned island, and you can just only use one type of gear, what would it be? I mean, you're also modular, so is there more? I mean, you do DAW producing, so would it be the laptop, or would you take your the modular?
Well, it would be something like what I have, like a case with maybe a built-in DAW, like as if you like in a module version, and and just I'll be happy with with my girlfriend, and I'm cool.
That's the most important thing. Is there any kind of, I mean, there's no module that has a DAW built in, but for example, the blue box, you can like record. I don't know if you can. Yeah, you can record like all the channels, or like meter, mither, mither, or
Mither.
dang mither. I'm so
Mither.
bad in remembering names. He's using the Zoom, and he can record all the channels. So that is I mean, you still need a computer to edit, or you record on the fly, and maybe you can trim. I don't know. That would be actually a nice module to like.
Yeah. Also, I've also liked when I heard the interview from Meta Mither. That he uses basically Ableton for polishing what he has, and I would basically aim to do that as well, and especially now that I've done little changes to my workflow production, and I think that it's very interesting workflow, because you might save time, especially with our lives, that we someone of us might have different jobs as well, so that should help to just create and release music and be out there all the time. As unfortunately, this industry demands a lot, so you kind of have to just go with it, and trying to make the best out of it. And I'm pretty sure that the more you practice, the more you get a nice I'd say a nice mindset to creation, and you kind of change the perspective, and it just helps not being so hard, and so yeah.
Awesome. Always creative, always creative. That is a good sentence for the end. It was a pleasure. I'm really happy.
It was
did
it
you
was
play here?
amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
This inviting place. I mean, exactly. We were talking about environments, so this gives the vibe to
Thank you so much.
do better and better.
Yeah, we're also trying to get better with each stream. There's still a lot of technical issues and mistakes, but we are trying to get better each time. And yeah, so if you wanna support us, you can join this link. You can support us with a small donation. That would be awesome. If you want to perform on our lovely stream and have a video of your performance on our YouTube channel, just submit your live set via this link, like just hardwire.io/submit. Pick a reference set, and we get back to you ASAP. Alright, so I do have some more funny buttons to press. Sounds also a bit weird. If you want to join our Discord, just scan this beautiful QR code, and we are a bunch of nerds in this Discord group to talk about nerd stuff, like what we're doing right now here. But yeah, so the next stream will be the Super Booth edition, with like people from America, from the States, and super stoked about this. Yeah, and like monthly, every last Saturday of the month we do a stream, So just feel free to submit. And now it's over. Bettchen side. It's sleepy time. So have a nice evening, everyone. And we're gonna rate to Sparknoise if he's still there.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.